Huzzah, you can hear me.
Probably.
I just changed
this.
And double check on my phone.
Here we are.
Can you hear me? Is there an echo? Yes, there is. Okay, let's just fix that. Using OBS this time. I'm so out my desktop audio. No. Audio output. Audio input. Let's do this. Now is there still an echo? Is there an echo now? Is there an echo now? Okay. Is there an echo now? Is there an echo now? Doesn't seem like it. Okay, so it looks like I fixed it. Can I hear what I'm saying in my own headphones? Yes, we're up and running. The time is 5:40 and we are doing a 4-hour live stream. This may be a horrible idea, but let's go with it. So for today, we're going to finish off all the chapters that I still needed to go through. I think we stopped at chapter... Where did we stop? Regulars. I think we stopped at time and place. And we've done 36. We've got 37, 38, 39, and 40 to do. These are quite difficult chapters, but let's give it a go anyway. I added some music to help whatever it is, the mood, make it more pleasant for you guys to listen to. Right. Would I get a copyright strike for what I'm about to do? Well, the music I'm showing. Probably. But I don't mind. Okay, let's continue. We finished with 36 or 35.4. We're gonna go to 37, and here we are. Let's. Oh no. Okay, let's quickly check that. Monitor 2. Yes. Okay, let's go. chapter 37, Nolo and Malo. Now, simply, Volo means wish or want. Nolo is formed from non plus vol, which means I do not want. I'll just quickly jot that down. Come on. Oh, for God's sake. And malo means I prefer. Like Vollo, they have no passives. These verbs are conjugated as follows, and I think I've already printed that out, so I don't need to continue with that, but it's important to read the following. Like Vollo, the verbs nollo and mollo normally take a present infinitive. Nollo verne, venire, I do not want to come. Malo venire, I prefer to come. Mollo often takes a construction with quam rather than. Let's write quam. Than rather than, oh for God's sake, just, there we are. Malo venire quam hic sedere, I prefer to come rather than to sit here. The imperatives nolli and nollite are used with infinitives to make negative commands. Originally this was applied construction, but in classical Latin it is simply a negative command and not noticeably polite. Nolli venere, do not come, literally, do not want to come. Nollite, scribere, do not write, literally, do not want to write. Okay, we're done with that. No, that can't be it. That is it. Well, this was quick. Let's chapter 38, regular comparison. Adjectives have 3 degrees of comparison. The positive, which we have already seen, indicating that a noun has a certain quality. The comparative, indicating that a noun has more of that quality. And the superlative, indicating that the noun has most of that quality. In English, these 3 degrees are formed with est, or for long words with more, most, as follows. Positive, long, short, beautiful. Comparative, longer, shorter, more beautiful. Superlative, longer, shortest, most beautiful. In Latin, the comparative endings in I, O, which I have written somewhere, which I had written somewhere. Where is it? Oh, there it is. Okay. Formation of the regular comparative and superlative. In Latin, the comparatives is formed by adding IOR or IUS to the stem of the adjective. The stem is found by dropping the ending of the genitive singular or the feminine nominative singular. This means that the comparative is a third declension adjective, even when the positive was the second declension adjective ending in I or R in the masculine and the feminine, and IUS in the neuter. The superlative is formed by adding isumus, what should I say? Isimus, isima, isimu to the stem of the adjective. This means that the superlative is a first, second declension adjective, even when the positive was a third declension adjective. No, I don't understand that either, but it's intuitive for some reason. And then we have a table. Fuck. Fine. I'm just gonna write print. Now add it to my print growing list of things that I need to print. Declension of comparatives. This is just a table of things I need to remember. Genitive comparative adjectives ends in IORIS, so their stem ends in IOR. Unlike most other third declension adjectives, comparatives are not I stems. They therefore decline like miles or flumen. Print. There we are. Use of comparatives and superlatives. Comparatives and superlatives. No, I should probably read this. The comparative with quam, meaning than, the word after quam needs to be in the same case as the noun to which it is being compared to. Hic liber longior est quam ille. This book is longer than that one. Ille is a nominative because hic liber is fine. Vidi virum dortiromen quam te. I saw a man stronger than you. Te is accusative because virum is. And it goes on in that manner. And then done. I will review these chapters again to make a proper list of the vocab, but I'm just gonna write. Let's see. Prince. And we're on chapter 39. Okay, making great time. God's sake. How do I get rid of fuck's sake? Thank you for those who have taken their time out to join me. I've added some music. Oh, you bastard. Chapter 39. Imperfect tense. The perfect tense is the past tense, where all events occurred in the past and concluded in the past. The imperfect is events which started in the past but may be ongoing. Okay, that makes sense. Let's continue. Imperfect indicative of regular verbs. So far we have only seen one past indicative tense, the perfect, but in Latin has an imperfect indicative as well. Imperfect is used to describe actions as ongoing in the past, such as I was doing or I used to. It is relatively simple to form because all the different conjugations take exactly the same endings and only differences between them come from the stem vowels used before those endings. And then there's a table. Print. Do I need to print this actually? Yes, I do. I haven't made that many printings. There will be some chanting at some stage. Let's just run through a few. What does amabam means love, or I used to love, or I was loving. No, probably I used to love. So in the active, it's amabam, amabas, amabat, amabamus, amabatis, amabant. So basically it's I used to love, you used to love, he used to love, we used to love, you, the plural, used to love, and they used to love. And then there's the passive, amabar, amabaris, amabatur, amabamor, amabamini, amabantur, which means that I used to love? No, I was loved. I used to be loved. Yes, that's right. I used to be loved. Yes. And then amabaris is you used to be loved. Amabator is he used to be loved. Amabamur is we used to be loved. Amabamini is you, the plural, was loved, used to be loved. Amabantor is they used to be loved. And then there's the deponents, which is a conversation for another day. Imperfect indicative of irregular verbs. Even the irregular verbs are mostly regular in the perfect. Io, volo, nolo, and molo are completely regular, and sum and possum take the regular endings without the characteristic B being added. And then there's a table. Translation of the imperfect indicative. The imperfect has two main translations, both of them pre-futuristic, involving more than one English word. It is important to be able to recognize these English forms as equivalents of the Latin imperfect, as otherwise there is a temptation to translate was doing with the form of sum and the present participle in Latin, which would be incorrect. And to translate used to do would be utor. Oh, that's why she used to do. C 39.3. Okay. And there's some examples. A few verbs. For a few verbs in English, translations do not work. For example, I was being would usually be unfortunate as a translation of eram. As I was being able. What the fuck's going on? The phrase I was being able would translate to potaram. For such verbs, in situations where the used to translation does not work, one has to use thus I was, can be the translation of fui or eram. In fact, eram is more common. Come on. Okay. I feel like when I'm not writing enough down, and I'm trying to take the easy route. What the fuck's this? I'm assuming that was tense. Okay. Chapter 40, which I believe is the penultimate. Oh no, we are at the end. Excellent. The last chapter. And this one covers irregular comparison and negatives. Okay, there will be some chanting here. So far we have not mentioned the comparatives or the superlatives of the most common adjectives, such as bonus, meaning good, malus, meaning bad, magnus, meaning big, and parvus, meaning small. Just as the most common verbs tend to have irregular conjugations, so the most common adjectives have irregular comparatives. The most important irregular comparatives and superlatives in Latin are in this table, which I am going to print out, but I am going to memorize right now as well. Print. While I chant, feel free to give this video a like. Okay. Bonus, good. Melior, better. Optimus, best. Oh, very good. So it's bonus, melior, optimus. Bonus, melior, optimus. Bonus, melior, optimus. Then malus, meaning bad. Piero, meaning worse. And pessimus, meaning worst. Malus, Piero, pessimus, malus, Piero, pessimus. Magnus, big. Major, worse. No, sorry, bigger. Maximus, biggest. Magnus, Major, Maxibus. No, sorry, Maximus. Magnus, Major, Maximus. Magnus, Major, Maxibus. Maximus. Parvus, small. Minor, smaller. Minimus, smallest. Parvus, minor, minimus. Parvus, minor, minimus. Multi, many. Plures, more. Plurimi, smallest. I mean most. So it's multi, plures, plurimi, multi, plures, plurimi. And then we have facilis or faciis, easy. Facilior, easier. Facilimus, easiest. Facilis, facilior, facilimus. Facilis, facilior, facilimus. Difficilis, difficult. It certainly is. Difficilior, more difficult. This is so meta. It's difficilimus, most difficult. Difficilis, hang on. It's difficilis, difficilior, difficilimus, difficilis, difficilius, difficilior, difficilimus. And then finally we get to similis like. I wonder if that's where we get simile from. Similius like. Similior, more like. Similimus, most like. Similis, similior, simimus, similis, similior, similimimus. All the characters decline like Thristrior, except Pulares, which declines as follows. And that just means plus, and we'll be printing that. Then we have Nomo and Nihil, which I thought I printed. Guess not. Oh no, I didn't. Nemo and Nihil, the normal words for no one and nothing. Nothing. Okay. And then there's just a table which I must print. And now we move on for God's sake. Come on. Use of negatives. The three negative words, nemo, nihil, and nullus, which means no, which I should have put down somewhere. Let's see if I can squeeze it over here. Let's see. negative words, nemo, nihil, and nullus are used in circumstances when ordinary negative would be non rather than ne. Okay, let's write that down. Used when negative is non rather than ne. In constructions where ne would be found instead of non, a completely different set of words is used. Nemo is replaced by ne, quis is no, quis is no one, and nihil is replaced by nequid. Great. I now need to add when ne is used, nemo is replaced with ne, quis. I think I'm getting the hang of this. Writing. Okay, that is hugely bad handwriting. There we are. Okay. Nihil is replaced with nequid, nothing, and nullus is replaced with ne ullius, which is just simply no. Declension of these terms is straightforward. Quis, quid decline like quis and quid. We have already seen meaning who. And ullius is identical to nullius without en. Well, that makes sense. That's sarcasm. Fuck. Hold on, let's... Come on. Okay, and then there's some more stuff. Wow, we're really making progress here, and we're done. celebratory research. Okay, now let's just do a few questions and then we can move on to other better things. Okay. Oh, just when I said I was getting hang of it. Page 264. Exercise B. We need to do starting from 11. Nihil melius quam hoc invenitum est. Right. First things we need to look out for is the verbs, which is for God's sake, est, which is third person plural, sorry, third person singular. Okay, let's write that down. Third singular. Nihil, we just read about, is no one. No one. Quam hoc is this. Okay, what else do we notice? The ending of... Oh god, hold on, give me a second. Let's just have a look at something. 2 lights. Thank you. The stats aren't bad on this. Oh, hello. Have we got a... Hi babes, keep up the good work. How do I thumbs up or okay? Where's a thumbs up? I will stand by. There we are. Send. Apparently, someone said really fantastic video. Barzana's lore. Thank you. Okay, back to serious stuff. Okay. We need to find the object. Where's the subject? Subject. So, nominative. This looks like a second declension nominative. I'm going to say nom singular. What else would it be? Could be a fourth conjugation genitive. Or fourth conjugation plural. That's nominative plural. Could be anything else. It could be an accusative in the fourth conjugation as well. Okay. Accusative plural. I have my doubts. When we came up, we just saw it. Did we not? It meant scroll. Can we not scroll? Oh, it was on the other page. Quam is than or rather than. Shit. Than, rather than. Okay, we're making progress. Now we need to work out what this is. Inventum. That looks like an accusative from the second declension. Could it be anything else? Genitive of the third declension. No, we'll just go with accusative because it's. I'm going to just skip ahead because I know this bit. So was it accusative? Should we say singular? Okay. Now we have to look it up on the dictionary. I mean, I could use the online Latin dictionary. If I do this, how much of my screen can you guys see? Okay, you can see my screen, which is good. Okay, we'll do... Shit. Latin dictionary. Let's look at here we are. Melius. And we have an adjective or an adverb. Oh yes, we just saw this video. I mean this we saw this when we did the irregular comparisons. Okay. So this means better. Okay. Quan means than. Okay. So no one better than. We know that this is this. Inventum is. So we need to know what inventum is. and we basically have the answer. Let's see. Let's take this back.
One second.
The perils of being a live streamer. Invention or discovery? Let's just do a few more sanity checks. Neuter. Ooh, it could be nominative, accusative, or vocative. Let's have a look at the sentence again. No one better than this. That's right, invention. God damn this pen. How do I? Okay. Just get rid of that. Okay. Off. Okay. Invention. That's not the correct spelling, is it? Invention. Slightly embarrassing. There we go. No one better this invention is. So the sentence will be, no one is better than this invention. That doesn't make sense. No one is better than this invention. Could it be nothing? One moment. What is it, nihil? Back we go. Nihil is nothing, chapter 14. It can also mean nothing if it's singular. Oh yeah, it says here nihil, nothing. So it's, let's get rid of that. Nothing. So our answer is nothing. Oh, for God's sake. Nothing is better than this invention. We've translated our first Latin sentence live on screen. Okay. Just got another 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 to do, and then we can move on with our lives. 12. Corinth. Evit. Nequis. Se. Inveneret. Figiens Corinthum invit. Nequis se inventiret. Yes, I know the handwriting's terrible, but we need to move on. Okay, what do we notice first? We're looking for verbs. That could be a verb. What is it? Third person singular. Ooh, our first locative. We covered that very quickly last night. It's Corinth, basically. No, if it's a locative, then it's to Corinth. Double checking. During my break, I think I will be making quite a lot of prints just to keep up with it. Here we are, locative. God, this is terrible. Screw it, I'll look at my notes, they're better. Chapter 35. Locative. Here we are. Certain place and sublocative names, first and second declension locatives is the same as the genitive singular, and same as the ablative in the plural. Oh, fuck. Okay. Back we go. So do I know which conjugation this belongs to? I mean declension it belongs to? No, I don't. I'll just quickly look it up. Corinthum. How do I do that? Okay, in we go. Corinth, famous city. And if we do this, Corinth. So it's an accusative. So it's the object of our sentence. Oh, for God's sake. Accusative. Fugiens means to run away. Let's just double check. If you're struggling with learning Latin, any language actually, even if that's a programming language, don't be afraid to look things up. I misspelled that. Okay, let's see, do this. Big Jans, is that? Oh, I see. It's Fugians. There we are. Let's change that before I make a mistake. ends. Okay. Okay, this can be nominative or vocative or accusative in the neuter. Again, I'm going to cheat and say that this is the nominative. Oh, we forgot the actual translation, hold on. Fleeing or retreating. Is also to run to. Let's see. Evit. Okay, so it's ego. So which we need and we know is to go to, and evit is okay, so it's perfect third person singular, so it's he ran or she ran. This being Rome, it would be, why does this keep happening? Come on, where's the, whenever I need the eraser it's never there. Come on, there we are. What did we say it was? The perfect singular third person, so it's he ran to. A nequiz, which we just found out is nequiz, no one. When net is used, okay, we'll write no one. Crap. No one, and now we need set. Something's wrong and I can feel it. Without. Okay, this is getting a bit odd. Without. Okay, so fleeing Corinth, he ran to. No, that can't be right. We need to find out if he's running to Corinth or away from Corinth, because that's sort of quite important. Admission of Adam. I'm sure I've written about this. 35.2. Topic words can also take the accusative without a preposition to express motion towards. Okay, so our dude is running. He's running. Yeah, that's right. He's running to Corinth. So our man is fleeing. He ran to Corinth. No one without investigating? No, finding out. I need, let's go here. Let's find out. To discover, to find. Imperfect. Oh, this is subjunctive. That means I've made a slight error. But again, it's singular imperfect. So it would be he was discovered. Or we could say he discovered. Fleeing Corinth, fleeing, he ran to Corinth. No one without, he discovered. I seem to have made a mistake. The ne could be a fake clause, but there isn't a fair word. It could be indirect. No, it could be a purpose clause. I am calling him so that he will come. We can write so ne could also be a purpose clause, so which means so that means quiz could be something else. Who, which, anyone. Let's go with anyone. Let's just write that here. Anyone. Are we closer to the answer? Think about it. Fleeing, he ran to Corinth so that no one discovered him. Actually, let's have another look. Invent direct. Is that a passive form? It's not passive. So this makes less and less sense. He discovered, so he has discovered something. So, fleeing, he ran to Corinth so that anyone without he discovered. Hold on. I am going to check something. According to someone else, they got fleeing, he went to Corinth so that no one would find him. I don't understand how they got those words. General agreement is that it's a weird sentence. The neg quiz is the negative purpose clause, but the set would make much more sense if it was a room. Let's have a look at what that is. Excuse me. Fine, okay. Let's go down a bit. How can I go down? Fantastic. Oh, there we are. Come on. Come on, where the fleeing, he ran to Corinth so that no one would find him. That is a very dodgy sentence. Let's move on. Number 13. Let's see. Hopefully this is easier. We have puer mino a patre domum ductus est ne quid facere posset. Okay, the first thing that we notice is there's a ne here, which could be some sort of purpose clause. We also have est. Oh, we have duct est. That could be a verb. Faucet. Another verb. That looks like a verb. Okay. How many hours has this live stream been going? 1 hour 20. Still got another 2 hours and 45 minutes to go. After this question, I'm going to take a slight break. Do I really not have this page printed out? So unproductive. Surely I've... need to print it, okay. So it looks like a purpose clause again. So that looks like a so we need to deal with the first bit up until ne as its own sentence. So we looked at ductus est. We know that that's the verb. It better be the verb or I'm going to look quite foolish. Here we are. Ductus est. It's passive perfect, third person indicative, which means that ductus is to lead. So it's going to be he was led. To lead, okay. He was led. He was led. Where is boy? Boy. Okay. Minor is, that's another comparative. We'll come on to that in a second. Patre, that looks like an accusative of father, and the a is a preposition which would mean by, so that is by father. Oh, you stupid stylist. Father. And minor we just looked at means, or minor is, have I misspelled this word again? No, I haven't. Minor, it means smaller, or rather small. Small. Rather small. Moving on, domus means to home. Okay, we have enough information to make the first bit of the sentence. The small boy, was led home by the father. Let's write that in. I'm going to write that here. The small boy was led home by the father. Father. Okay, we've done the first bit. Ni quod facere posset. So that quid we know means nothing or not anything, and facere posset. Oh, I should really know this word. Posset. Ah yes, it's related to possum. Disease would hold or would possess. That means it's a subjunctive, which shouldn't surprise us because we know that this is the main sentence. Because of the ne quid, we know that this is subjunctive or the subordinate, I believe. And so in order for this to work, the second bit needs to be imperfect, which we just learned. Okay. Possent is third person singular. And we know it meant to seize, to hold, or to hold possession of, to occupy, to inherit. What did we say it was? Imperfect. I'm lost. I'm fucking lost. To hold, or to, no, it's. Sorry. What's that? Imperfect. So he held, or he was held. Let's write this. He was held. Is that right? No. This is the active. Yeah. So he held. Okay. Last bit. Or the penultimate bit. Facere. Let's go with faccio and see what we get. Infinitive present. I'm not sure about this. What does the word mean? To make? Okay, we can have make. Let's have another jab at this. Okay. Facere. Infinitive present active to make. Okay. Make and quid, which we realised here. That's quiz. No, we haven't actually realised that. What did we say? Was it some sort of regular comparison? So that. Okay. That means so that no one okay, let's just scribble down what we think. So that no one made that meant to hold. Posset. no one would hold. So that stand by as I try to figure out this. What is the translation of this? To make the bill to do? Oh, I was looking at the wrong thing. Okay, so that this, let's get rid of this as well. It's not no one, it's nothing. So that nothing we're saying nothing, not anything. So that nothing what's another word? To be able to. Getting close. I don't know how I managed to cling on to so many viewers. I've done shit all in the last few 10 minutes. Did we get? Was able to. Let's go back. Is that somewhere here? To do. Okay, we know it's to be able to. My pen gone. be able to? No, we need the past tense. Would able to. So what do we have here? So that would be able to. Hold on. We said that was he, so that he would be able to make, do nothing or anything. So he would be able to do nothing. Or you could do, he would not be able to do anything. Yeah, this is definitely dodgy as fuck, but I'm going to claim victory. I guess it would make sense if it was the small boy was led home by the father so that he would not be able to do anything. So he would be able... Actually, let's leave it alone. My head hurts. Number 14. I did say I was going to take a break. Given that I've been going on for 90 minutes, sorry, 100 minutes nearly, I'm just gonna take a break. Hope you're enjoying this. I certainly am. Let's see how things are going. Right, I'm gonna have some biscuits. Actually, 1 second. So we don't have any more disturbances. In the meantime, I'm going to ow. Come on. I'm going to start printing some of my work. This may be more difficult than I imagined. 1 second. Where's the start button? How is everyone else's Monday evening? Everyone have a good time? I know I didn't. The treat of today is party rings. Very nice. Duolingo does indeed have Latin. Okay, to make my life a little bit easier, I'm going to start printing some pages to refer to, and then I'll hang it up on my wall. Okay, let's see how I print. For some reason I can't find the drivers necessary to print from my old computer, from my new computer, so I have to use the old computer. Come on. Do things, come on. I'm waiting for my computer to shake into life. And while you're waiting, can I do anything? Ah, here we are. Scan. Oh, crap. In order to keep the page flat as I'm doing the scanning and printing, I put like a 3 kilogram weight on it, which I dropped on the printer, and now it's not as good. Did it work? Oh, it's preparing image. Let's have a look at the quality. Sorry, you guys can't see it, but this is on a different computer and I only installed OBS on the new one. I mean, there's probably a way for me to do it, but not right now. Still waiting for it to load. This looks like it. The words seem to be cut off. How do I go back? It's cut off from... Which side is it cut off? That side, so I can move it. That's the kilogram weight. Well, 3 kilograms. There we go. Hopefully that's better. Scanning. Go. I recently discovered when I was trying to put the printer drivers on the new computer that the printer has a silent mode. Why isn't that the default? Processing image. It scanned much faster that time. But it's not showing it to me. Loading. Loading. Stand by. No, that couldn't be it. Get on with it. What the frick is this? No. Fuck. I pressed print accidentally. Cancel. Thank God. This is terrible. Yeah, this is just shit. Come on. Okay. Let's scan again. Scanning. I suppose the problem with it being so quiet now is that I don't know if it's actually running. You have to always second guess yourself. Okay, scanned. This looks much better. No, it's shit. I need to move. Let's see. How hard is this? Shit. Nearly dropped the weight. Yeah, that's good enough. Print. While it's printing, I'll do the next page. Scan. Scan. I'm not sure if you can see this. I guess it will have to do. I also bought magnets to stick it on my wall so I can have everything that I need to see. Let's see. Why do we put this? Hang on. Looks like we're done scanning. Again, that's actually not bad. Yes, we can do that. Print. Next page, 4th and 5th declensions. And scan that. Yes, this is not bad. I apologize, but the next 10-15 minutes of this live stream is going to focus around printing and scanning. With these live streams, I'm really getting my my watch time up. But I need to get my subscribers up. It's something like for every subscriber you get, you need 4 hours of watch time. So, hold on, let's just check this. Scan. We can work out the maths together in a moment. That's quite clipping, that's clipping. So far, declension and masculine and feminine. Okay. That's fine, that technically works. Okay. So. Okay, anyway, as I was saying, let's get a calculator. I have approximately 9 subscribers. That means I need to have 36 hours of watch time. Okay, so I'm not doing that bad then. Okay, scan. That's not there. Scanner is moving up. The thing is that I'm worried about is how am I going to get subscribers? Because I know that like I'm supposed to study and stuff and concentrate on that, but I would like to figure out how I'm gonna make my audience grow, just for fun, really. I don't want to be that dick that goes up to everyone and says, "Subscribe, guys." But what else can you do at this point? Yes, I think that's okay. Print. Oh, message. Okay, lowering the music just a little bit. One second. Okay, music lowered. No, input. Okay. Cool. I kind of lost where I was. Did I say that was okay? Yes. Print. Next page. Where are we going? Here we are. Regular comparison. Yes, this print quality is fine. My thoughts are, the reason that I decided to do a 4-hour live stream I mean, it was originally meant to be 6 hours, but you know how they say that university is like having a job. You need to put in like 40 hours minus the contact time. Well, I've had 2 hours of contact time. I'm just doing 4 hours of work and then constantly doing 6 hours of work per day privately, and then on the weekend or something I'll catch up to make it up to 40. I mean, technically I have to aim for over 40 because I'm kind of slow. This is inefficient. Let me just do the maths. And I normally get 25% extra time. So let's say 40 times 1.25, 50 hours a week. Fine. That image is that'll do. Print. Next page. Right. Scan. Okay, scanning. Let's have a look at this. Oh, maybe this printing wasn't so correct. I mean, I can just about make out the words, so it's not too bad. Let's think about putting this up. God, this is a lot of paper. Let's see what we got so far. I think I'll have 3 more pages to do after this. That's perfect. Print. It's always kind of weird having a sort of lag between what I'm saying and what I'm hearing back, the echo. So that's why I'm talking funnier. What's wrong? Paper has run out. God damn it. I don't have any more paper. Do I really not have any paper? No paper. Okay, stand by while I go get some paper. Ow. I'm back with more paper. Let's put that in. And I need to press green to continue. Okay, we're printing. Let's tidy my desk up a little bit. I'm waiting for this. Paper has run out again. 1 second. Mate. It just completely shredded a piece of paper. Hold on, let me see if I can make this a little bit clearer. Let's see if I can import. Which one is it? It's there we are. We'll do this more just temporarily because there's no point looking at a screen of whatever it was. So shit. Actually, no, you can't see that. So that's fine. Okay. This is declension of comparatives. Let's get rid of this for now. L. Declension of comparatives. I'm not sure what I can do about that. Just give me a second while I continue. I'm not sure what I can do about that. Just give me a second while I continue. I'm not sure what I can do about that. Just give me a second while I continue. I'm not sure what I can do about that. Just give me a second while I continue. I'm completely lost as what I was doing. This, yeah. Anyway, we have something. What wank is this? This is the shittest printer. Let's scan again. Two more to go and then we can get back to business. What could we do? Do you want to watch a lecture with me? Or do you want to carry on with Latin? This is shit again. Maybe I need more weights. Let's add another 2 kilograms. That's 5 kilograms on a printer. I wonder if other streamers have such dry moments in their streams. I know that other streamers eat their dinner and just show you another YouTuber's videos in the meantime. I mean, they don't even react to it. Or review it. Fuck this. Come on. I'm so close to finishing. Go. Scan. I wonder if I get trouble for the music that I'm using. It's pretty obvious where it's coming from. Yes. Why is it so blurred out on the edges? Let's do another scan. But with more weight on. That's why this one page has taken me so much time. Thank you for 3 likes. Maybe I should start Patreon. Or is that too soon? What am I gonna have for dinner? That is still kind of shit. Okay, good or not, this is the last scanning I'm going to do for this page. Imperfect tense. Result clause. Okay, good, print. You can finally move forward. Shit. Irregular comparisons. Shit. As you can imagine, paper is jammed at the output slot. Okay, I didn't know that. While I was doing that, the dumbbell weight that I had put on the printer scanner thing to make sure that it gets the page evenly fell onto my purifier. Stupid paper jams. I suppose this is still usable. It's just spitting pages back out. Oh, for God's sake. Excuse me. Okay, that took forever. Scan. We have really spent 20 odd minutes on this bit. Okay, is this the last one? I hope it is. Oh. Why are you doing this bullshit to me? This thing won't register that I'm using 2 fucking pages. I don't even know what it's trying to do. Okay, let's continue. One second. And we're back. I really need to get some soundproofing for this place. It worked, finally, good. Print. Print. Okay, one more page. And we're done. Thank you for bearing with us. God knows where I'm going to put all this. Can those of you who are watching just tell me what resolution you're watching it at? This stupid fucking printer. Okay, scanning one last time, hopefully fingers crossed. 720p. Is that really the maximum you guys can watch it at? That's slightly underwhelming. I'm going to say that is readable. And we're done. The printer does not sound good. Yeah, that's good enough. Let's just tidy this up. I'm gonna allow doing any more Latin. Let me just see what else is on my timetable. It's not timetable. So I can either do more Latin or ancient history. Let's go with ancient history, I think. How do I go back? And this is the last thing we'll do for the last 90 minutes. Let me just have a quick look at what I need to do for this module. I'm hoping all I need to do is watch a lecture and then we can coast through the last an hour and a half or whatever amount of time we have left. Let me just have a look at what I need to read. And let me just double check that you guys can actually see what I'm saying. Okay, no you can't. Let me just... And hopefully you can see what I'm saying now. Actually, let's go and do one better. File. Open. New. Maybe I should hide this bit. Where the frick is my mouse gone? There we are. Ancient world? Myths? Browse. And this is some bullshit. Let me just quickly make a file. Oh, I need name. We'll do unit 5. Catchy title. Okay. Is there a way I can sort of put this in there? Did I download this? Yes, okay. Let's zoom in so you guys can see. Okay. We'll read through this, watch the lecture together, and read through this again, and we can talk about what's going on. Okay. Lecture 14, Augustus and the Transition from the Republic to the Principate. Julius Caesar's final years, 49 to 44 BC, civil war and assassination. Octavian's rise to power in 44 to 30 BC, the Second Triumvirate and the Civil War with Mark Antony. Role of invective and propaganda. So that's the sort of stuff we're looking at. Important dates, people and events. In 43 BC, birth of Gaius Octavius, Julius Caesar's great nephew and the future Emperor Augustus. Octavius changed his name to Augustus. 49 BC, Caesar crosses the Rubicon, initiating civil war against Pompey and the Senate. 48 BC, Caesar defeats Pompey at Pharsalus, northern Greece. Pompey flees and is killed in Egypt. 45 BC, Caesar defeats final senatorial armed resistance at Munda, Spain. 44 BC, Caesar is proclaimed dictator perpetuus in February and is assassinated in March. Caesar's will names Octavius as his heir. He becomes Gaius Julius Caesar Octavius. 43 BC, formation of the second triumvirate between Octavian, Marcus Antonius, Mark Antony, and Lepidus proscriptions are decreed, resulting in the death of Cicero, among many others. Basically, when the civil war was happening, Cicero chose the wrong side. So did I forgot his name now. Who was the other fella that chose the wrong side? Stand by as I look for his name. It's not Victor, it was Horus. That's it, Horus. Horus chose the wrong side and fought against Augustus, or Octavian as he was known then, but he switched sides. Very Italian, despite being, was he Greek? Anyway, moving on. 42 BC, Republicans, i.e. Caesar's assassins, defeated by Antony and Octavian at Philippi, northern Greece, with Brutus and Cassius committing suicide. 41 to 32 BC, Antony mostly in eastern Mediterranean, where his relationship with Cleopatra develops. 49 BC, Octavian marries Livia. 36 BC, Octavian and Agrippa defeat Sextus Pompey in Sicily, last pocket of Republican resistance. 41 BC, Octavian and Agrippa defeat Antony and Cleopatra at Bactium, western Greece. Antony and Cleopatra commit suicide in Alexandria, and Octavian annexes Egypt. Octavian claims to have restored the publics and takes honorific title Augustus. Right, okay. Plutarch, Life of Caesar 11, writes, there is a story that while he was crossing the Alps in 61 BC, he came to a small native village with hardly any inhabitants, and together a miserable looking place. His friends were laughing and joking about it, saying, no doubt here too one would find people pushing themselves forward to gain office, and here too there are struggles to get the first place and jealous rivalries among the great men. Caesar then said to them in all seriousness, as far as I am concerned, I would rather be the first man here than the second in Rome. I kind of agree with that. Another similar story comes from when he was in Spain. In a moment of leisure, he was reading one of the histories about Alexander the Great, and became quite quiet and withdrawn from a long time, and his eyes eventually filled with tears. In astonishment, his friends asked him what was the matter. Don't you think it's sad? He said, that Alexander was already was already ruling over a vast empire at such a young age. I haven't yet achieved anything remarkable. Plutarch, Life of Cato in the Younger, 66. As for me, Cato said, if I wanted to be saved by the favour of Caesar, I ought to go to him on my own. But I do not wish to thank a tyrant for an act of his which is illegal. For he is acting illegally in saving, as if he were lord and master, those whom has no right to lord over it, or it over. Page 2. Decimus Brutus to Cicero, preserved in Cicero, letters to his friends. Labeo tells me that he has been with Caesar and that a good deal of talk about you took place. Caesar says, made no complaints about you, to be sure, except for the remark that he attributed to you. The young man must get praise, honours, and the push. He added that he had no intention of letting himself get the push. Pliny the Elder, Natural History, 7.147. In the case of Augustus, whom the whole world places in the list of happy men, if all the facts were carefully weighed, great changes in man's fortune could be found, such as his flight in the Battle of Philippi, where he was suffering from sickness, and his 3 days hiding in the marsh in spite of his illness, as stated by Agrippa and Marcinas. His shipwreck of Sicily, and there also another period of hiding in a cave. His entries to Procilius to kill him in the naval rout, which when a detachment of the enemy was already pressing close to hand. Okay. Virgil Ecologies, 1.4 to 4.5 and 6.4 to 7.2. Tityrus, what was I to do? There was no such way out of my slavery. Now else could I find a divine one ready to help me? At Rome, Meliboeus, I saw that young prince in whose honour my altar shall smoke 12 times a year. At Rome I made my petition to him, and he granted it readily, saying, my lads, pasture your cattle, breed your bulls, as you did of old, Melibus. But the rest of us must go from here and be dispersed to Scythia, bone dry Africa, and chalky sprite of Oxus, even to Britain, that place cut off at the very world's end. When shall I see my native land again? After long years, or never. See the turf-dressed roof of my simply cottage, and wonderful gaze at the ears of corn that were all my kingdom. To think of some godless soldier owning my well-farmed fallow, a foreign reaping these crops, to such a pass has civil distension brought us. For people like these we have sown our fields. How much longer? Oh, fuck's sake. Anyway. Mark Antony taunted Augustus with having as his great-great-grandfather an ex-slave who had earned his living as a rope maker in a neighborhood of Thurii in South Italy. While his grandfather was financial ancient, here again Mark Antony has disparaged Augustus' ancestry, casting aspersions on his mother's family also. He alleges that Augustus' maternal great-grandfather came of African stock and earned a living first by keeping an oil shop and later a bakery in Africa. Cassius of Parma, for his part, taunts Augustus in a letter with being the grandson not only of a baker, but also of a money changer, alleging your mother's dough came from the crudest bakery in Africa. A money changer for Nerulam shaped the loaf with his filthy hands. I wish I had a drink. When he was a baby, Augustus was given the name Thurinius, either to commemorate the place of his ancestors' origins or because it was in the area around Thurii that his father Octavius, soon after his birth, had successfully waged wars on runaway slaves. But Mark Antony, in his letters, regularly calls Augustus Thurinus by way of an insult. Augustus responded to this merely with an expression of surprise that his old name should be thrown at him as if it were a term of abuse. In this earlier youth, he was accused of many kinds of vice. Sextus Pompeius attacked him for being effeminate. Mark Antony alleged that he had brought his adoption by his great uncle with sexual favors. There were also stories about a rather secret dinner he arranged, which was commonly referred to as the dinner of the 12 gods. For this, the guest reclined in a dress of one or another of the gods or goddesses, with Augustus himself attired as Apollo. Antony's letters take him to ask for this most aceribically. Octavian welcomed them, the senator Titius and Plancus, most warmly when they deserted from Antony in 32 BC and learned from them all about Antony's affairs, including the provisions of his will, for they had been along the witnesses to it. Octavian did not scruple to search out the will, seize it, bring it into the Senate and later the Assembly, and read it out in public, although Octavian had no right whatever to do this. Yet the provisions of the will were such that none of the citizens blamed him for his actions. Antony had testified at Caesarion that he was without doubt the son of Julius Caesar, had made enormous settlements upon his children by the Egyptian queen, and had ordered that his body should be buried in Alexandria by Cleopatra's side. The Romans were so outraged by these disclosures that they were willing to believe that other rumors current at the time were equally true, namely that if Antony was victorious, he would hand over the city of Rome to Cleopatra and transfer the seat of government to Egypt. For fuck's sake, okay. I'm just gonna get a drink. See you guys soon. Back. Okay, let's continue. Cicero, Cassius Dio 50.25. Who would not weep when he sees or hears that Antony has become? Who would not weep when he sees or hears what Antony has become? This man has twice been consul and many times imperator. He was appointed with me to take charge of the affairs of state and entrusted with the government of many cities and the command of many legions. Now he has abandoned his whole ancestral way of life, has embraced alien and barbaric customs, has ceased to honor us, his fellow countrymen, our laws, or his father's gods. Instead, he makes obeisance to that creature as if she were an Isis or Selene, names her children sun and moon, and finally adopts for himself the title of Orisis or Dionysus. Further reading. Preparation for lecture engagement. That means I can read this later. Thank God. Now, I'm just gonna get the lecture up. And this is where I go into questionable territory. Have they not uploaded the lecture? Okay, well, I hope. You guys can see this. I'm gonna close the music for just a second. Okay. This fella speaks rather slowly, like this. So I'm gonna just move this to 1.25 and play.
Hello and welcome back to Interpreting Ancient History. I hope that you had a restful reading week and you've come back.
I should also point out his mic isn't brilliant. And while you see this, I will be making notes on the secondary screen. Actually, could I do this? Ooh, okay. How do I get my... fuck. Okay, let's do this. Yes. No. How do I... Seriously? Better.
Ready and raring to go. Last week we finished the lectures for our unit on Republican politics. In the week commencing the 1st of March, we have the second of our 4 seminars this semester, which is on the political system of the Roman Republic, and in particular how democratic it was. This looks in more detail at Roman elections of the Republican period. In preparation for it, you'll read some extracts from a fascinating text, the Handbook on Electioneering, written in the late Republic, which tells you what you need to do to win a Roman election. So if you're thinking of getting into student politics, this is the seminar for you. You'll also look at an important and very interesting article by a modern scholar tackling the question of how democratic Rome's politics were in the Republican period. It's Democratic Politics in Republican Rome by John North, and it's a really clear and helpful introduction to the subject. It's a great opportunity, this seminar, for you to really get your teeth into the issues with which we've been grappling so far this semester. I have to say, I think this is one of my favourite seminars because it's just, the material is so good and it's so interesting, there's so much to talk about. This week, we begin a new unit on the Principate. Now remember that this is the period after the Republic when Rome was ruled by a princeps, the Roman emperor. And our focus in this unit is on Augustus, the first Roman emperor. We've seen already in the lectures this term that the word king was a very negative term in the Roman Republic. It had really negative connotations. We've seen also how Republican politics was designed to try and prevent a single man from dominating the state. Yet the political arrangements which Augustus established were effectively a form of monarchy, the domination of politics by a single individual. So the issue we're interested in this unit is how did Augustus manage to create this new monarchical system of government, despite Republican prejudice against the idea of one-man rule, and despite all the structures of politics that were designed to prevent precisely that from happening. To study this question, we're going to work through the material in 3 lectures. The first one, today's, is about the rise of Augustus. It looks at how he came to be the single most powerful man in the Roman world. Next week, the second of our lectures for this unit, we'll examine how he kept power, the system of government that he created, how it worked, and the ideology of his regime. The week after that, the third lecture will examine ancient and modern views of Augustus. That is how people in antiquity and in the modern world have understood him and what their ideas might teach us about his regime. As usual with these lectures, there are slides and a handout up on Moodle, and although I've recorded this as a single block, I've broken the lecture up into a few different sections to give you an opportunity to easily pause and read, mark, and inwardly digest what you have heard so far. I have to say that this lecture is an unusually complex one. It necessarily involves a lot of names and dates. The action moves around the Mediterranean quite rapidly, and there are, as a result, more slides than we'd normally have. But I hope that the lecture will be roughly the same length as the others I've been doing. I've included some maps on the slides, which I hope will help you to locate what I'm talking about in space. And on the handout here, you'll see there's quite a detailed timeline that I've provided. So if you're confused about things, pause the lecture, look at the maps, look at the timeline, work out where we are, and then come back to things, right? And don't feel if you are slightly confused about things, that's not on you, right? This is a complex subject, and it takes a little time to get used to. Okay, let's turn to part one of this lecture, which looks at Caesar and the civil wars, the context from which Augustus's regime emerged. Although our focus today is on Augustus, our starting point is his adoptive father, Julius Caesar, because he was an important part of Augustus's inheritance, both literally and metaphorically. Literally, he was an important part of Augustus's inheritance because he left lots of things to Augustus in his will, his wealth and his name as well. Not a mean thing to have in the Roman world in the 40s BC. Metaphorically, he was an important part of Augustus's inheritance because Caesar's career provided important lessons about how to conduct oneself in Roman politics, how to reach the top, lessons which Augustus learned a great deal from. For this reason, before we get on to Augustus, I'm going to give you some background on Caesar as a dominant figure in Republican politics of the 50s BC, alongside another powerful politician and general called Pompey. In the late Republic, Rome's political system, what we've been studying for the past 3 weeks, appeared to be increasingly dysfunctional. Politics grew more violent, more divisive, and more bitter. A sign and a cause of this was the rise of powerful men who increasingly dominated Roman politics. Men who were, in a sense, too big, too powerful for the political system of the Roman Republic and the guardrails that existed within it to prevent a single individual from becoming supreme. Caesar and Pompey are the premier examples of this phenomenon. Pompey had risen to prominence in the 60s BC through his successful military campaigns in the eastern Mediterranean. Without going into too much detail, in the early 1st century BC, the situation in the east was very chaotic. Rome was in charge, but not really in control of events there, if that makes sense. Nominally, Rome was the dominant power, but it didn't have enough troops on the ground and it wasn't running things with any real attention to detail. There was also deep resentment of Roman domination in the region. Remember that this was the world of the Hellenistic kingdoms. People were used to being independent. Confronted by this situation, Pompey decided to settle the eastern Mediterranean. He completely reformed its political structure and government, established lots of provinces, stationed troops throughout the region, generally put things in order and turned Rome's nominal suzerainty over the region into actual control of it. In doing this, he was acting more like an independent monarch than a Roman general obedient to the Senate and people. Still, his actions won Pompey the loyalty of a large and effective army, a network of clients in the Roman East, people who owed him loyalty for what he'd done there. And these two things combined to make him the greatest man in the Roman world. Now, Caesar was a little younger than Pompey and came to prominence a little later, in the 50s BC, largely through his military campaigns in Gaul. In 58 BC, Caesar was given command of the Roman forces in Gaul. At the time, Rome ruled only really Provence, the southern bit of France. Lovely region to go on holiday to, if we're ever allowed to go on holiday again. But a sort of small urbanized strip at the bottom of modern France was all that Rome controlled, with independent tribes stretching north throughout all of Gaul. Over the next decade, Caesar fundamentally transformed that situation. He conquered all of Gaul, France, and modern Western Germany. This was a massive expansion of Roman power, and it made Caesar's reputation. It was also a completely unprovoked war of aggression, marked by unimaginable brutality, the enslavement of a huge number of people, genocide, entire tribes were exterminated, and looting on an epic scale. Like Pompey in the east, during this war in Gaul, Caesar gradually built up a formidable army, fanatically loyal to him, and he used the spoils of war to make himself hugely popular at Rome. He had access to resources on a scale just greater than any Roman politician but Pompey. So that's Caesar and Pompey and where they come from. Before we turn to what happened next, I want to say a little bit about Caesar's character. And that's because Caesar's personality had an outsized effect on Roman history. There was an early indication of the type of man that Caesar was from a story about him and some pirates, related by the Greek author Plutarch, whom we have met before. Sometime in the 70s BC, before the region had been settled by Pompey, Caesar was in the eastern Mediterranean. At the time, there was a very serious problem with piracy there. The Roman need for slaves was driving a crisis in which there were widespread attacks on coastal settlements and on trade in order to produce the slaves needed by Rome. And it was part of this of the sort of broader disorder in the Roman East, which would be resolved by Pompey, but at the time was totally chaotic. Caesar was captured by some of these pirates, and they held him for ransom when they worked out that he was a wealthy Roman. When they set a ransom for him, Caesar laughed at it and promptly doubled the sum, saying that they clearly had not realized how valuable he was. While he waited for the ransom to be delivered, Caesar ordered the pirates about, telling them to shut up when he was sleeping, for instance. He also wrote poems and speeches to occupy his leisure hours, and he'd read these to the pirates. If they did not appreciate them sufficiently, he'd be abusive and unpleasant, calling them illiterate, saying that they were barbarians, that sort of thing. Often, he would laughingly threaten to execute them all one day. Generally, the pirates apparently thought that this was all very funny. They attributed it to Caesar's boyish high spirits. When his ransom arrived, however, Caesar immediately went off, raised a fleet, captured the pirates who had kidnapped him, and crucified them all, just as he said he would. This episode gives a good flavour of his blend of self-confidence, self-regard, charisma and brutality, qualities that would profoundly influence Roman history. Matched with these was a vast, gargantuan ambition, another key element of Caesar's character. Extract 1 on the handout, another story from Plutarch, is a good illustration of this. Caesar is travelling through a village on his way across the Alps, and he remarks to someone that he'd rather be the first man in that impoverished village than the second at Rome. Another episode in a similar line has him crying when he when he reads the history of Alexander the Great, because he feels that Alexander has achieved so much at an age when he has not achieved enough. Okay, that was a little interlude on Caesar's character. Now, originally, Caesar and Pompey shared the Roman world between them. They cooperated to achieve their objectives. A majority of the Senate was opposed to them, thought they were too powerful, too dangerous. So, Caesar and Pompey formed an alliance along with a man called Crassus, another great, powerful individual. And essentially, these three divided up the Roman world with each other. We call this little group of men the first triumvirate. A triumvirate is a group of 3 men who control something, in this case, the Roman world. Crassus, perhaps not going to say all that much about him, but it's just worth sketching in a few details because he's less prominent than either Pompey or Caesar. Crassus was famous for being the wealthiest man at Rome, and one of the sources of his wealth was that he was in the business of selling fire insurance to people. Remember, the city burns down a lot, there are lots of open fires everywhere, lots of things built from wood, it's a disaster waiting to happen. And he also ran a fire brigade, and one of the things he'd do is dispatch the fire brigade to burning buildings which he didn't own, and basically offer to buy them from people as they burnt down at knockdown rates. When the people who owned the building settled with him because it was on fire, his men would then put out the fire and he'd have a new building. So he was a ruthless and conniving operator. Unfortunately, Crassus decided that what he was going to do to achieve a similar stature to Pompey and Caesar was invade the the Parthian Empire, Rome's neighbour to the east, which he did with disastrous consequences. His army was destroyed, lots of Roman standards were seized, which was very shameful, and in at least one tradition, he was said to have been executed by having molten gold poured down his throat because he had such a thirst for money, it was alleged. Historically unlikely to have happened, but it was the kind of thing people believed about him. So Crassus, an interesting guy, just not someone you'd want to meet, really. Crassus's death left Pompey and Caesar as the only two men in control of the Roman world. Sorry, I was just looking ahead in the handout, but I realised that will have flashed up on the screen, and my apologies. Over time, rather than cooperate, increasingly they began to compete. Basically, this was a story of Caesar's power beginning to outgrow Pompey's. At the start, Pompey was the senior partner in the triumvirate, but Caesar's power and prestige increased through his conquests in Gaul, and he gradually replaced Pompey as the greatest man in the Roman state. At the same time, Pompey had married Caesar's daughter, and this had brought them closer together, but she died, and the two men gradually drifted apart on a personal as well as a political level. By about BC 50, Pompey increasingly was siding with the Senate against Caesar. Remember that originally Caesar and Pompey had come together because the Senate was opposed to both of them. Well, the tectonic plates of politics were shifting, and Pompey and the Senate were now aligned with each other. This brought Rome to the brink of civil war, and the trigger for it in 49 BC was that as Caesar's enemies manoeuvred against him at Rome with Pompey's support, it looked like they were going to prosecute him and send him into exile. Caesar decided that civil war was a more palatable alternative than this. So, in the early months of 49 BC, he took a series of very surprising decisions. The first of these was to invade Italy. Here, the really significant act was his decision to cross the Rubicon in January of 49, leaving his province of Gaul with his army without senatorial permission. Roman generals were not supposed to bring their army across the Rubicon without the permission of the Senate. To do so sparked a major constitutional crisis automatically. Now, the move took everyone by surprise because it was still winter, the period when you were not supposed to campaign. Caesar also advanced south very rapidly, adding to the element of surprise. Relatively few troops were in Italy, certainly no match for Caesar's veteran legionaries, and they were easily overwhelmed. As a result, Caesar was able to catch a significant group of senators and their forces at Corfinium in central Italy. That led to another surprise. The expectation was that, this being a civil war and all, Caesar would slaughter his enemies when in a position to do so. Earlier in the 1st century BC, there had been a series of civil wars. The man who won them was L. Cornelius Sulla. After winning, he massacred his enemies at Rome and confiscated their property. That was the model that Caesar was expected to follow, but significantly, he did not do this. Instead, he exercised clemency. He let these people opposed to him, these people who'd been planning to prosecute him and send him into exile, go, even though he'd captured them. He believed, and said that he believed, that this was the way to win public support. And indeed it did win him public support. But it's important to keep in mind that clemency, clementia is the Latin word for it, was not straightforward mercy. There was a little sting in the tail, I suppose, to Caesar's actions here. To other members of the Roman elite, it was a little insulting to be offered clemency. That might sound odd, but if I'm your rival and I kill you, it implies that we are equals. We're operating on an equal footing. If I show you mercy, and I make a big deal about showing you mercy, it implies that I am your superior. Extract 2 on the handout, another chunk of Plutarch, is from the life of Cato the Younger, Caesar's most ferocious opponent. And what he says basically there is that he doesn't want to be saved by Caesar. He doesn't want to be offered clemency. It's not right for Caesar to do this. Okay, the next slide here just summarizes the action of 49 BC. shows you where the key places are and gives you a sense of how fast Caesar moved. He's at the Rubicon on January 10th, and before long he's in Corfinium, and not too long after that in Rome. Now that was because the speed of his advance simply caught the Senate and Pompey unawares. Most of the troops under Pompey's command are not in Italy but in Spain, far away as Caesar speeds through the Italian peninsula. That helps to explain Pompey's next decision, which was to abandon Rome. Where did he head? Not to Spain, west, but eastwards to Greece via Brundisium, modern Brindisi, the port in southern Italy. Why did Pompey go east? Well, it's probably because the eastern Mediterranean was where he had his real power base. Think back to what I said about his rise through his rise through the 60s BC. Ties of patronage to lots of powerful people bound him to the region. He thinks he can raise an army there, and he knows he can get plenty of money from people in the east. That will allow him to come back to fight Caesar. But the consequences of this are to abandon Italy to Caesar and to leave him with the strategic initiative. And that has some important effects on the next stage of the civil war. While Pompey is busy preparing to fight Caesar in Greece, Caesar in fact goes west, conducting a lightning campaign to Spain. Pompey has lots of supporters in Spain, including quite significant military forces. But Caesar defeats them at Ierda and thence crosses back eastwards to Italy and on to Greece. So he's acting very fast throughout all this. It's very daring for Caesar to cross from Italy to Greece at this stage. Pompey controls the seas, but Caesar does. Greece, Pompey had conducted a war of attrition. His superior resources would probably have won the day. That is, if he'd simply waited Caesar out, he would eventually have been victorious. Caesar is short of men, he's short of money, he's a long way from home and from the key bases of his support. This is Pompey's territory with lots of allies and friends all around. But the senators in Pompey's entourage do not like the idea of a drawn-out war, and eventually they wear down Pompey's opposition to the idea of confronting Caesar in pitched battle. So instead, they met on the plains of northern Greece at Pharsalus. It's a very close-fought battle when it happens, but Caesar is ultimately victorious. Pompey flees to Egypt, which is still an independent kingdom at this time, but as he steps ashore, he's struck down by Egyptian soldiers. The young king of Egypt believed that this action would earn Caesar's gratitude, but in fact it doesn't work out like that at all. Caesar ostentatiously mourns the death of Pompey, makes a big deal of how it was not what he wanted, and he was hopeful that they could ultimately be reconciled. Caesar followed Pompey to Egypt, where he met the young king's sister, Cleopatra. He supported her in a struggle for power with her brother, and the liaison, if I can call it that, produced a son, Caesarion. Caesar was besieged in this period in Alexandria, Egypt's capital, for some time, and really at serious risk of being overwhelmed at some stages. But eventually a Roman army relieves him. After that, he marches through the Roman East, defeating Rome's enemies, or his enemies, and settling the situation. He returned from there to Italy, where he quelled serious social unrest and an army mutiny. Again, it's remarkable how active Caesar is, how fast he's moving through the Roman world, how quickly he's asserting his control. Now, while Caesar is dallying in Egypt with Cleopatra and also being besieged by an army in Alexandria, senatorial forces, Pompeian forces, are regrouping in North Africa. So Caesar crosses to North Africa from Italy, where, after some difficult campaigning, he meets his enemies in battle at Thapsus. He destroys the senatorial army and kills most of its leaders in the battle. From there, he crosses to Rome, where he celebrates 4 triumphs. Remember those big official processions for a major victory. Officially, these triumphs commemorate Caesar's victories over foreign enemies. In reality, they're about his victories in the civil wars, and all this is pretty shocking to Roman sensibilities. You're not meant to celebrate a triumph over a Roman enemy. The last allies, friends, and relatives of Pompey have gathered in Spain, where they've raised a huge army of 13 legions and assembled a massive host of native allies. So, after his triumphs, Caesar crosses to Spain. In a final battle at Munda, a terrible, terrible battle in which tens of thousands are killed or injured, there's vast carnage, Caesar wins a final victory. From there, he returns to Rome and celebrates a final triumph. He is now undisputed master of the Roman world. Okay, this slide here is just designed to locate for you what's happening in the civil wars of 49 to 45 BC, because they are quite complex. The timeline on your handout will also help. Caesar is now effective ruler of the Roman world, but, and now I mean 45 BC, but his position does not last for long. Initially, Caesar took office as dictator for a few months. Remember that traditionally dictators were appointed for a brief period of time to set the Roman world in order and then resigned their office. As dictator, Caesar reorganized the provinces, enlarged the Senate, founded lots of colonies, reformed the calendar, planned a war with Parthia, Rome's rival to the east, and generally kept himself very busy indeed. None of this was really out of keeping with republican traditions, at least in the slightly warped form in which they existed in the 1st century BC. Sulla, whom I mentioned earlier, had pursued a similar pattern. After the civil wars, where he'd been considerably more brutal than Caesar was, he had set the state in order and then resigned, right? Just gone off to live on his estate and keep out of politics. And people might have expected Caesar to do that. But in early 44 BC, Caesar instead took the unprecedented title of Dictator Perpetuus, dictator for life, presumably because the more accurate and descriptive title of king, or rex, was too toxic to contemplate. At the same time, he accepted a series of great, indeed unprecedented honours from the Roman Senate, including deification, that is, allowing himself to be worshipped as a god. So unlike Sulla, who'd resigned, Caesar appeared to be setting himself up to rule the Roman world for life. All this was deeply unpopular in Roman political circles. It led to senatorial fears that Caesar was effectively setting himself up as monarch, not unjustified fears, it might be said. It also led to worries that he was planning to abandon Rome and Italy for the east, where Cleopatra was and where his war with Parthia might go on for a considerable period of time. As a result of this, a conspiracy against Caesar rapidly formed, including not only enemies of his whom he'd shown clemency to, but also friends, allies, and supporters who were horrified by the turn he'd taken. He was murdered in a conspiracy led by Brutus and Cassius. They hoped, or they said that they hoped, to restore the Republic. The coin on the slide, minted by them, shows the hat customarily worn by the freedman, the freed slave, between two daggers. The idea of libertas, or liberty, was in the air. That was what they claimed to restore. But it was an ambiguous word with a range of possible meanings and implications. Liberty for whom, we might reasonably ask. Okay.
Just a second, I will be back in a minute. Let's just take a break for a second. I have dinner. I'm gonna wash my hands as well. Okay, let's begin, boys and girls. That was very interesting and probably the best lecture of this module so far.
In part one of the lecture, we looked at the era of Caesar and the civil wars. In part two, we're going to examine the rise of Octavian more directly. Caesar's death left a giant hole at the centre of Roman politics. He was so dominant in the months before he was assassinated that it was hard to imagine life without him at Rome. Caesar had no sons of his own, at least no Roman sons. The most obvious candidate to step into his shoes was Mark Antony. Mark Antony was Caesar's right-hand man in Gaul, a key ally during the Civil War. He commanded one of the wings of Caesar's army at Pharsalus and came from a reasonably prominent senatorial family. He was the obvious choice. He had all the qualifications. However, when Caesar's will was opened, there was a surprise. He named as his heir not Mark Antony, but his 19-year-old great-nephew, Gaius Octavius. There were some signs that Caesar had been preparing Octavius in recent years for his position as heir, that is. At the age of only 16, he'd made him a priest, designating him as deputy for the coming war with Parthia. So this wasn't a totally sort of... this didn't come out of a clear blue sky, is I suppose what I mean. But still, Octavian was very young indeed. His parents tried to dissuade him from accepting this legacy from Caesar, but Octavian was determined. Becoming someone's heir in the Roman world meant taking their name. We've talked about this before in the context of Scipio Aemilianus. So, as a result of his adoption, he was henceforth known as Gaius Julius Caesar Octavianus. It's important to remember that as a consequence of this, in 44 BC, he was generally known as Caesar, an invaluable name to have when he was trying to win the support of Caesar's troops. Antony was known to remark bitterly at the time that you, boy, owe everything to your name. For the sake of clarity, however, modern scholars refer to him as Octavian, and that's what I'll do in the rest of this lecture. Just keep in mind that he had this legacy from Caesar. Initially, Octavian and Mark Antony were at daggers drawn. In fact, they squared off against each other. There was a brutal battle in 43 BC at Mutina, which Octavian won. The senators, many of them very pleased indeed by the death of Caesar, hoped to use Octavian against Antony. For example, Cicero was very confident that they could manipulate the teenager to do their bidding and then get rid of him. Octavian, however, in spite of his youth, showed a sophisticated political awareness. Extract 3 on the handout is a good example of this, taken from a letter to Cicero. Cicero had said, or taken to saying, that Octavian should get praises, honours, and the push, i.e. that once he'd been used, he should be pushed out of politics. Octavian had heard this and responded that he had no intention of letting that happen. However, having been hostile at first, however, the threat from the Republicans, the senatorial opponents of Caesar, Brutus and Cassius in particular, forced Octavian and Mark Antony to cooperate. They formed the Second Triumvirate with a man called Lepidus, another of Caesar's lieutenants from a prominent senatorial family. The first action of this new triumvirate was to embark on a round of proscriptions. Prescriptions are named for the Latin word proscriptio, which was a public notice, specifically one containing a list of enemies of the state. If your name was on the list, you automatically lost your citizenship and your property, and there were rewards for information about your whereabouts, or indeed for just killing you out of hand. Sulla had used prescriptions extensively in 82 to 81 BC. Caesar had rejected that precedent in the aftermath of the civil wars, and the failure of his Clementia to lead people to be loyal to him was used by Antony and Octavian to justify the prescriptions. 300 senators and equestrians were targeted in this round of killing. The most famous casualty was Cicero, whose head and hands were put on a grisly display on the rostra. The motives for this were manifold. Partly they were politically, they were designed to attain political revenge. So Antony, for instance, he'd been insulted by Cicero in a series of speeches known as the Philippics, which was perhaps a major reason why he wanted him killed. But they were also motivated by the need to pay troops. By this stage, 45 legions were under arms, loyal to Mark Antony and Octavian. Approximately 250,000 men, in other words, and they needed to be paid. This was a grim and terrifying time in Roman politics. It's the appropriate point at which to consider a really fascinating text that is highly relevant to this period, but which offers an unusual perspective on it from that of relatively ordinary participants in Roman political life. This is the eulogy of Turia. It's a marble epitaph, an inscription on a tomb for a deceased individual, but an unusual one which I'm going to spend just a little time introducing because I think it's sufficiently important. The eulogy of Turia is the longest surviving Latin inscription by a private individual. This is true even though it survives only in fragments. The original would in fact have been a massive 8.5 by 5.5 feet, densely inscribed with text in large letters. You can see on the slide here this beautiful carving. It would have been both a very expensive memorial and one that made an enormous visual impact on people who saw it. It's in the voice excuse me, of a husband addressing his dead wife. Their names were on the missing part of the inscription. Hence we call it the eulogy of Turia in inverted commas, because it's a guess, although you'll see it's a very good one. It's a text full of praise for what the wife had done during her life. And it's interesting because this kind of memorialisation was generally reserved for men and not applied to women. Think of the tomb of the Scipios, which we looked at 2 weeks ago, I think, or Polybius's description of Roman funerals, which was on the handout for Lecture 3. We can work out the rough date and historical context of the eulogy of Turia from various clues in the text. It names Caesar Augustus, that is Octavian, Milo, T. Annius Milo, a disagreeable thug who'd claimed to support Caesar in the civil wars, but really just liked violence and had died in 48 BC, and Marcus Lepidus, another of the triumvirs. It also refers to civil wars, the prescriptions, that sort of things. So it clearly comes from the triumviral period. By comparison to literary sources, we can deduce that the woman honoured by it was Turia, and her husband was Quintus Lucretius. Now, I'm not going to say much more about it. I hope I've said enough to introduce it to you, because I want you to read it for this week's lecture engagement session. On the handout, you will see that there is a long extract, not that long actually, just a page from the eulogy of Turia, and a small chunk from another source, Valerius Maximus's Memorable Deeds and Sayings, which helps us to identify the people named in the inscription itself. As you read, I want you to think about two main questions. What does this tell us about the period of the civil wars, and what does it tell us about aristocratic women? So have a read, think about those questions, but also just try to soak in the text, because it's one of the most interesting things I think we'll look at in the course of this module, which is saying something because we look at a lot of interesting stuff. Okay, soon after the assassination of Caesar, Brutus and Cassius fled to the Roman East. There they gathered an army and prepared to fight the people loyal to Caesar's memory. In 42 BC, Mark Antony and Octavian shipped a huge army east to fight them. They met at a place called Philippi in northern Greece. There was a chaotic and disorderly battle. Tactical incompetence was rampant on both sides. The Roman armies, exhausted by years of civil war, were of very low quality. Not low quantity, they were of enormous size. Essentially, the two armies just blundered into each other, and then the troops mauled at the other side in the hope that they would break. It was you can sort of envisage a vast rugby scrum, but with weapons. Ultimately, the Caesarians, that is Octavian and Mark Antony, won the battle. Brutus and Cassius committed suicide in its aftermath. Octavian's role in all this was actually pretty inglorious. Extract 4 on the handout, which is just up here, here is from an encyclopedia written in the 1st century AD by Pliny the Elder. He tells us that Octavian spent much of the battle not fighting, but rather hiding. Mark Antony was the real author of their victory. However, in spite of winning this massive victory in the east, Mark Antony and Octavian were not yet in a position to settle the Roman world. It was a deeply unhappy period for the peoples of the Roman Empire. Particularly, it was a tough time for provincial communities in the eastern Mediterranean. Brutus and Cassius had demanded large sums of money to pay their troops, and this was not them saying, your taxes are going up because we need to pay more men. This was them saying to various provincial communities, give us all your money or we will kill you. Then, after their defeat, there were more demands for money, largely from Antony. The opposing sides in the civil war had effectively created this monstrous machine, armies fed and paid by pillaging the Roman provinces. So this was a deeply unhappy time for many communities in the Roman Empire. Nor was it a happy period in Italy itself. Philippi was not the end of the Republicans, those who opposed Caesar and opposed the Caesarians. Sextus Pompey, the son of Pompey the Great, continued to fight. He had a base in Sicily, and he set up a sort of miniature naval empire in the middle of the Mediterranean. Effectively, he controlled much of the central Med. This placed enormous pressure on the city of Rome and its inhabitants because they relied on grain from Sicily and North Africa. Sextus Pompey's control of the island of Sicily disrupted the grain supply directly, and his control of the sea lanes around it disrupted it indirectly as well. There was rioting in the city of Rome as a consequence. At the same time, there was a more immediate struggle in the whole of Italy, a problem for Octavian. The triumvirs had promised their men land when the war was over, land in Italy. That was what the soldiers wanted, and they were certainly going to get it, or there would be chaos in the Roman world. The problem was that most of the land in Italy already had an owner. So how could Octavian give it to the troops? Well, he could just confiscate it, dispossessing, sometimes even killing its owners, and then hand it over to the soldiers. These confiscations were the context for Virgil's early poetry. Virgil, the most famous of the Latin poets, was from near Mantua in northern Italy, and there were bad confiscations in the region. His first work was, his earliest work, I believe, were the Eclogues, a series of poetic dialogues between shepherds set in the countryside. Extract 5 on the handout is a passage from them which comments rather obliquely on the confiscations. They were a controversial subject, but even so, Virgil talks of some godless soldier owning my well-farmed fallow, a foreigner reaping these crops. To such a pass has civil dissension brought us. Resentment over these confiscations led to the Perusine War in 41 to 40 BC, a revolt in which forces vaguely associated with Antony, led by his brother Lucius Antonius and Antony's wife Fulvia, revolted against Octavian, claiming that they would stand up for the Italian regions. Now, the name of the war comes from the fact that these forces were trapped in a city called Perugia. There was a horrible siege as Octavian tried to starve them out. Eventually, they were crushed by him, but it was after only a very bitter struggle. Having done that, Octavian turned to dealing with Sextus Pompey. Again, this took a long time, and Pompey was not decisively defeated until 36 BC. This was not always a glorious war for Octavian. If we look at extract 4 again, which is the passage from Pliny on the handout, we read that he was shipwrecked and that he was once reduced to hiding in a cave. It's a curious fact that the man who ended up conquering the entire Roman world was not a very good or a very lucky general. It's important to note here, however, that he was good at choosing skilled and fortunate generals. In particular, he was very lucky in a childhood friend called Agrippa, not a man from a well-known family, but loyal to Octavian from the very start, and much more talented than him militarily. Unquestioningly loyal, Agrippa was just the general that Octavian needed. Okay, next slide here, just designed to locate the various things that are happening for you, give you an idea of where you need to look. And then the slide after that is just a passage from a manuscript of Virgil written probably in the 4th century AD, which I've just included because it's so beautiful. You've got these shepherds up here at the top and then some goats looking around. I love the goats sticking their heads out from behind the tree. And I haven't put this in for any particular reason beyond the fact that I think it's lovely and you should know about it. Okay, while Octavian was dealing with these problems in Italy, Mark Antony was having a generally happier time in the Roman East. After Philippi, he and Octavian had agreed that he would sort out the region. In 41 BC, as Octavian was engaged in a desperate war over the confiscations of land in Italy, Antony had met Cleopatra, Caesar's old flame. By 40 BC, they had twin children. This was the moment at which Octavian and Mark Antony's relationship nearly broke down in the context of the Perusine War. Antony briefly returned to Italy, and it looked like there might be another bout of civil war after all. Instead, the two of them hashed out their differences, dividing the empire into east and west, and Mark Antony married Octavian's sister, Octavia, conveniently. Fulvia, his wife involved in the Perusine War, had, conveniently for them, if not for her, died in the interval. Her existence was not an obstacle to Mark Antony having an affair with Cleopatra and children by her, but it was a bit of an obstacle to him marrying Octavian's sister, so the fact that she was died created this opportunity for them to patch up their alliances. However, it was only a short-term fix, and it actually caused the marriage, that is, caused problems in the longer term. That was because Mark Antony never gave up his relationship with Cleopatra. In fact, they had another child after he'd married Octavia. Octavian did not take kindly to this behaviour. Now, Mark Antony's decision to continue his relationship with Cleopatra wasn't simply personal. He was a very competent general and a skilled politician, and he had good reasons to keep in with her. Egypt was enormously wealthy, and it was an important Roman ally. So he was balancing different things, in essence, and it was relatively difficult to know what he ought to do. However, in 36 BC, from this relatively strong and much happier position than Octavian, just as Octavian was suppressing Sextus Pompey, Antony led a disastrous invasion of Parthia. The army sustained heavy losses and he had to retreat in ignominy. The contrast to Octavian's success in the Mediterranean made him look weak. Gradually, their relationship broke down for a whole complex of reasons, and they moved towards civil war, a civil war which, in general, Octavian was keener about than Mark Antony. Eventually, civil war broke out in earnest. Officially, Octavian presented this war as one versus Cleopatra and Egypt, not Antony, because of the awkwardness of yet another civil war. He did this by making it out to be a war between Italy and the East. And he really lent into that presentation of what was going on. The whole of Italy, Tota Italia, swore an oath of loyalty to him, and there was a great deal of effort poured into presenting Egypt as this oriental despotism that threatened Roman liberty. The war was largely a naval one. It was fought in the Adriatic, that is, the sea between Italy and the Balkans, and in all honesty it was a bit anticlimactic. There was not a lot of actual fighting, but there was a great deal of manoeuvring, betrayal, and jostling for position. The final showdown came in 31 BC at Actium in western Greece, where Agrippa managed to defeat Mark Antony and Cleopatra. They fled back to Egypt, and support for them collapsed all around. Octavian followed in hot pursuit and captured Alexandria. Mark Antony and Cleopatra committed suicide to avoid a worse fate. Octavian took over Egypt as a province. He abolished it as a separate kingdom. And it became an invaluable addition to the empire because of its vast wealth, above all its extraordinary fertility in agricultural terms. The coin on the screen gives you an idea of what the Romans thought they were getting out of it. Octavian was now an undisputed master of the Roman world. So that brings us to the end of the civil wars and the dawn of the Principate, a new age in Roman history. Before we finish, I just want to highlight one final theme, something for you to think about. after this lecture. That's what we call invective, a violent attack in words, and propaganda, that is, spreading your version of events around. A key characteristic of the Civil War period was that both of these were used to bolster the position of different sides and to undermine their rivals. Basically, what they did was set out to say that they were tremendous and their opponents were awful. As a feature throughout the period of the Civil Wars. There's a lot of material that survives which is either directly invective and propaganda or based on material written in those genres at the time, especially from this last war between Mark Antony and Octavian. Extract 6 on the handout is a series of passages from Suetonius's Life of Augustus. And they give a flavour of the attacks that Antony made on Octavian, that he was the descendant of an ex-slave, that his great-grandfather was of African stock, and that he had kept an oil shop and a bakery, and so on and so forth. And this is all the kind of abuse you use to get ahead in Roman politics. Octavian responded in various ways. Extract 7 on the handout is a passage from a historian called Cassius Dio. It describes Octavian using various provisions of Antony's alleged will in 32 BC to scare the living daylights out of most Romans. Especially important here was the threat that he might move the capital to of the Roman Empire to Egypt, which was something people were really scared about. We get another sense of this rhetoric more generally from Extract 8 on the handout, another bit from Dio, which is allegedly from Octavian's speech before Actium. Obviously, this isn't a verbatim transcript of what was said on that occasion, but it must reflect Augustan propaganda against Antony. What he does here, what Octavian does here, is attack Mark Antony as corrupted by Eastern luxury, present him as barely a Roman anymore. So just as you read through the source material, keep in mind that a lot of it is based on this kind of propaganda or invective, and you want to read it with a slightly cautious eye for that kind of thing. Worth noting that it wasn't merely an elite phenomenon, right? This isn't simply propaganda and invective, and not simply things done in writing by members of the Roman aristocracy who write and say things which are communicated to other members of the Roman aristocracy. It penetrated down to quite a low level in society, to everyday people, common soldiers, for instance. If we turn back to the siege of Perusia, on this slide here you can see lead sling bullets found at the site. They have various messages carved on them. Remember that the commanders at Perusia were allies of Mark Antony, Lucius Antonius his brother and Fulvia his wife. The bullets say things like, Lucius Antonius, you are bald, which is not hugely creative but abusive. Fulvia, show us your arse, and you are hungry, which is the most sinister of them all. Remember that the people in Perusia are being besieged. Octavian is in the process of starving them out, and they're being taunted with these sling bullets. So, just in general, the point to take away here as you work on the period is that lots of our sources reflect or transmit this propaganda and invective. They appear to be telling us not so much about what Caesar, Octavian, Antony, Pompey, these people were as they appear to be telling us about these people not as they really were, but rather about what men wished to believe about them or what was said about them by their opponents. When you're reading stories about them, it's always worth thinking, is this fact or is it propaganda or invective? Who stands to lose and to gain from this story? So, that was the collapse of the Roman Republic and the rise of Octavian. For this week's lecture engagement activity, I want you to think about a few separate questions. First, and rather generally, why do you think Octavian emerged as victor from the civil wars? Second, what were the effects of the Civil War on the Roman world? What consequences did all this bloodshed have for Rome? And third, just a general one to keep in mind, do you think it was possible in 31 BC to go back to the political system before Caesar, to go back to the world of republican politics that we looked at in the first unit for this module? We shall have, I think, a good discussion of these in our lecture engagement session. Next week, we're going to think about the system that Octavian created to replace the Republic, the Principate.
And that concludes what we were watching. last bit before we say goodbye. Let's see. This bit, page 4, top of this, page 5. And then we call it a day. Let's see. 3 hours 56. So, still making good time. For this week's lecture engagement session, please read the passage below and think about the questions in bold. We will discuss them as a group. I'm just going to move my plate. Alright, okay. The questions we need to think about are: what do these texts tell us about the period of the civil wars? What can we learn from them about aristocratic women? I'm losing my ability to speak. Lucky you. One of the most remarkable documents of the age of Augustus is the Elegy of Turia, a long fragmentary inscription set up by a husband to commemorate his deceased wife. It contains a richly evocative description of her life together, one that gives us a uniquely insight into the era of the civil wars, seen from the perspective of someone caught up in them. Although the names of both the husband and wife have been lost, we can identify them with some confidence because the detail of the inscriptions match a story in the memorable deeds and sayings of Valerius Maximus, a sort of compendium of famous episodes from Roman history written under Tiberius, the text of which can also be found below. Okay, so this question: what do these texts tell us about the period of civil wars? So we want the period of civil wars. To be honest, I could just underline civil wars. What can we learn from them about aristocratical women? Underline that. I'm so tired of talking. Let's see if I can cheat slightly. Oh no, I can't. This is the new laptop. Okay. The Eulogy of Turia. Column 1. 27. Marriages as long as ours are rare. Marriages that are ended by death and not broken by divorce. For we were fortunate enough to see our marriage last without disharmony for full 40 years. I wish that our long union had come to its final end through something that had befallen me instead of you. It would have been more just if I, as the older partner, had to yield to fate through such an event. Why should I mention your domestic virtues, your loyalty, obedience, affability, I can't say, reasonableness, industry in working wool, religion without superstition, sobriety of attire, modesty of appearance. Why dwell on your love for your relatives, your devotion to your family? You have innumerable other merits in common with all married women who care for their good name. It is your very own virtues that I am asserting, and very few women have encountered comparable circumstances to make them endure such sufferings and perform such deeds. Providentially, fate has made such hard tests for rare women. Now we can stop there and just think about it, what we just read. Tell us about the Civil War. Well, it doesn't really mention the Civil War just yet. Let's talk about the women. He says, marriage as... Hold on, where's my... Oh, there. Okay. Marriage as long as ours are rare. Marriages that ended by death and not broken by divorce. What else? Your loyalty, obedience, reasonable... Shit. He's clearly saying that this... Fuck's sake, why am I so bad at writing? Let's draw. Let's draw another line here. Okay, so basically this is what he's saying is what a good woman should do during the time. You have innumerable other merits in common with all married women. He's saying very few women have encountered comparable circumstances. So he is mentioning the war here. Mentions or hints at it, really. Hints at civil because he's talking about the circumstances. Very few people would ever live through this bit. Okay. How good women would have acted. Fate has made such hard... Okay. Next column. You provided abundantly for my abundantly for my needs during my flight and gave me the means for a dignified manner of living. When you took all the gold and jewelry from your own body and sent it to me over and over and over again, enriched me in my absence with servants, money, and provisions, showing great integrity in deceiving the guards posted by advisories. You begged for my life when I was abroad. It was your courage which urged you to this step, and because of all your entreaties, I was shielded by the clemency of those against whom you marshalled your words. But whatever you said was always said with undaunting courage. Meanwhile, when a troop of men collated by Milio, whose house I had acquired through purchase when he went into exile, tried to profit by the opportunities provided by civil war and break into our house to plunder, you beat them back successfully and were able to defend our home. Okay. Uh, um, defend our home. Again, good wives do this. My flight, during my flight. So he's saying, when he was away fighting, you took all the gold and jewelry from your body, sent it to me. Okay, so sending wealth to the husband as he's fighting. Well, it should be resources. As to husband. Okay. Okay. Is that everything? Courage. Again. That is indeed a good thing. good wife defends home. Okay, next bit. Why should I now hold up to view our intimate and secret plans and private conversations? How I was saved by your good advice when I was roused by startling reports to meet sudden and intimate dangers. You did not allow me imprudently to tempt providence by an overbold step, but prepared a safe hiding place for me when I had given up my ambitious design, choosing as partners in your plans to save me, your sister, and her husband, Cluvisius. All of you taking the same risk. There would be no end if I tried to go into this. It is enough for me and for you that I was hidden and my life was saved. I've got nothing for this bit. Okay, well, let's review the question. Tell us about the Civil War and talk about women. What does it tell you about the war? No idea. I'm going to read the next bit and hopefully it makes more sense. I'll just take a break for a second. Okay. Just a bit longer. "11. But I must say that the bitterest thing that happened to me in my life befell me through what happened to you. When, thanks to the kindness and judgment of the absent Caesar Augustus, I had been restored to my country as citizen, Marcus Lepidus, his colleague, who was present, was confronted by your request concerning my recall, and you lay prostrate at his feet, and you were not only raised up, but were dragged away and carried off brutally like a slave. But although your body was full of bruises, your spirit was unbroken, and you kept reminding him of Caesar's edict with his expression of pleasure at my reinstatement. And although you had to listen to insulting words and suffer cruel wounds, you pronounced the words of the edict in a very loud voice, so that it should be known that who was the cause of my deadly peril. This matter was soon to prove harmful for him. 19. What could have been more effective than the virtue you displayed? You managed to give Caesar an opportunity to display his clemency, and not only to preserve my life, but also to brand Lepidus insolent cruelty by your admirable assurance. 22. But why go on? Let me cut my speech short. My words should and can be brief, lest be dwelling on your great deeds, I treat them unworthily in gratitude for your great services towards me. Let me display before your eyes of all men my public acknowledgement that you saved my life. Okay. Okay. Sort of defending, supporting Protecting husband. Good. Okay. And he mentions the war, civil war. What do I write about it? The normal people, civilians, the normal people lives were greatly impacted by the events of the civil wars. Civil war. Well, let's just get rid of civil war. Okay. Did he say land or stake? Okay, we'll come back to that. Valorous Maximus Memorable Deeds and Sayings 6.7.2. Quintus Lucretus, after being proscribed by the Triumvirs, was hidden by his wife Turia between the ceiling and the roof of their bedroom. With only one slave girl in on the plan, Turia kept her husband safe from immediate death, at great risk to herself. It was because of her singular loyalty that, while others of the proscribed were only barely making their escapes in strange and hostile lands, undergoing the great torments of body and mind, Lucretius kept his life in his bedroom and his wife's embrace. So, there's some sort of Anne Frank related things going on here. I'm just going to write that. Anne Frank. That's a bad earth. Not even respectable. Okay. What else can we say? Wife kept husband hidden to save his life. I understand why he's so grateful to her. But what's at risk there? Is it that he could be dragged off to war? Or more likely, the people who basically there's two sides of the civil war. He was afraid that the people against him, or the side that he hasn't chosen, were going to kill him. Something to bear in mind. Well, we are done. 4 hours and 20 minutes, roughly. Thank you to everyone who's watching. This has been a really long live stream. Okay. Thanks for watching. Really appreciate it. See you next time. Bye.